go. Out of my way. Gotta keep going. This is your last chance. I've prepared a special present for you.
What's up, Steven? Some dickhead pushed a dislike on my recent video where the credits are, it's part 6 I think. Just without reason. When I fucking deserve likes, no one even bothered to press them, but when it's come to fucking jealousy and dislikes, there's some douchebag in the shadows first in the queue to do that. I mean, really, can't say I'm the first guy because there's review copies and maybe between reviewers there are some hardcore folks that also complete the game on the hardest difficulty blind. Come on, I hit this blind on the hardest difficulty even mapping some shit and I had one of the endurance battles again and dislike fucking really no legs except for the demo I think, but I fucking got a dislike. I mean, that douchebag can go fuck himself. Jealous piece of shit. So far from what I've been observing while playing Morrowind these days, that I know personally only one guy who dared keep the game blindly on the Bridge of Shadows difficulty, and I can't guarantee 100% that he wasn't watching my stream or some strategy guides, because, like I said in the beginning of the game, there's a combination of segments. There's a segment that enforces you to kill one enemy in order to progress further. That the house defense first one in a small barn, I think, with the radio in it. Because if you don't kill an enemy, it just keeps going. And then the game throws at you with the segment where you don't really know, because you can't really figure out easily on hardest difficulty, because they get killed in 2 shots. You got almost no resources to keep yourself going, and this brings many questions as to, is this segment also enforces you to kill certain amount of enemies before they retreat, or do you just have to keep running and hope for the best? You can't really figure out. That's what I barely figured, and I can't say, knowing how he plays and his past deeds and challenges, I can't say he figured it out on his own without picking at some maybe other players' playthroughs, or maybe mine, or maybe some guides. But the fact is fact, he one of the only I saw that cleared the game first time on the hardest difficulty blindly. I'm not gonna say anything about myself here, but summing shit up, it's anything but dislike for such a thing done. Anything but dislike from Shadow with piece of shit. Well, at the moment I'm trying to farm some kills for challenges, offline challenges of the game itself. It's been like 6-7 days, I think. I still haven't checked the Resident Evil map to check if they have a new tab for this game and what's in there. Because on the 7th game there was funny statistics included, like I checked them while I was in the trailer. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that difficulty matters anywhere, but in Resident Evil fandom it does matter. Because people been masturbating on the wrong idols, you know. Jason knows what to do, because I've been ranting on his recent stream about it. About certain pro wannabe, well known in the Resident Evil community, who even didn't have balls to play this game blindly on hardest difficulty. He plays it on hardcore and keeps doing it. Last time I saw he was trying some no damage run on it, I think. And he's got a pretty good excuse, because it seems to me that he didn't buy the deluxe edition. In this case, he needs only one retarded DLC pack, I think Chroma pack is called, which unlocks the difficulty right from the spot. He got a very good excuse, because he can say he just bought a standard edition and didn't care about DLCs. That's his only excuse of not playing it firsthand. But you know, in this case, I'm above him already. But I'm not being watched by 1,200 viewers like he was, for some reason. Some idols there, huh? But beside that, of course, difficulty doesn't matter. For normal players who just don't give a fuck about anything and just plays, enjoys the game, Let's just say I'm not only enforcing this shit. I'm absolutely okay with people playing this on easiest difficulties. Even enjoying watching their playthroughs on easy difficulties and failing. I'm absolutely okay about it. But when it comes to skill in Resident Evil universe, and there's a dude claiming to do such shit, and he's obviously below me, and he gets more bask in glory than me, then I'm usually butt-hurting about that. I'm not gonna lie. Because I've been in this shit for like 10 years, I'm still not being recognized. And recognition comes in popularity. I'm still being watched by nobody when I'm doing the fucking runs on this shit. That's the reason I'm not even bothering to do some extra stuff like night language shit like most of the wannabes guys do. Because why the bother? Because since no one's gonna watch, I went out of my way and did the stun road mostly on Resident Evil 5, and guess how many times was it watched? The very first run in the world, because I didn't see anything similar on YouTube. If it's been done by somebody besides us back in 2011, it wasn't documented. I did it purely for documentation, so it was on YouTube. It has less than 100 views, I think, so YouTube and Twitch can go fuck themselves as an ungrateful community. That's why I'm not even bothering with doing any more hardcore shit besides playing first hand on the hardest difficulty. Really, those just the words of the man who had it enough in those 10 years of ungratefulness. There was a time in my past when I getting drunk and stuff, and after seeing how much recognition gets, even compared to that certain someone I mentioned who's getting 1k or 200 views for doing hardcore and not past it, I abandoned that stuff altogether. It doesn't work in moves and other stuff. I've got some, I think, couple things which I done the first in the world, because after checking some YouTube on my own, I didn't find anything similar by the time I uploaded the stuff. So that's why I'm saying I'm still a nobody. I'm not recognized by anyone. I'm not swimming in glory in anything. Not in RE community, not anywhere, because they can go fuck themselves alright, if that's the case. Well, sorry for all that sudden rant, but it's been gathering up inside me. Must have some combination every now and then. That's where what I mentioned before, it's where the precious of the hardest difficulty being played on the first run gets played. And 2 seconds I mentioned, the game forces you to kill one enemy in order to progress, and then it shows you into another one, and you got no clue what you need to do. It could be either scripted and you need to kill few enemies to progress or not. And with the enemies taking you out into hits, and that's hard to check out, and that's where the fun really are. Not the fun, but the drill of the hardest difficulty. Because when you're like playing this game first on normal difficulty, it's easier to get those segments mentioned. And then technically when you beat it and you know what's the drill behind it, it's the magic is gone of the hardest difficulty being played first. Because you know the game now, and you can say whatever you want, but knowing the game, the playthrough on the hardest difficulty becomes way easier than if it was the first. Also, my personal take on this whole shit is that it shows your real skills, game skills. Not just in the game series, but overall game skills. Like your wits, your reflexes, reaction, wits. And I'm not claiming to be the best in this, but agree with me, but when you masturbate the game 100 times again, like certain somebodies, one of those which I mentioned, it's not big deal of doing the shit no damage or speed run or like record. I think my granny can do this stuff after replaying the game like 1k times. It's what comes naturally. It's not only in gaming but overall in life. When you're in some stuff for a long time, you are being automated in it, doing stuff automatically. So the entire precious of skill and other stuff is in the first playthrough, and it better be on the hardest difficulty, in my opinion. If you want story behind why I'm so fucked up on the difficulty stuff, it's not me, it's how can I say that? It's the chain of events that led up to this decision. I think when I was younger, I can say I was a kid because I am a kid yet under 30s. When I was just enjoying games, and I think back in times when the Resident Evil 4 came out on PC, I remember it came out. I think it came out later than the GameCube version. It even came out way behind the PS2 version. I was just enjoying the game. I played it countless times, but if you don't count PS3 version and the remasters that came after that, I completed the game more than 20 times at the time. That was probably my best save file because I got a lot of money in there. Then I tried to try some funny stuff because there's nothing much to do the game because I knew it like the back of my hand at the time because I was playing it a lot back to back, obviously. I think I tried. I don't remember if I was influenced by something because I can definitely tell you that at the time I played Resident Evil 4 on PC, there was no internet. I had no personal internet, and I think if I had some, but it was weak as shit and I didn't use that much back then. So I couldn't see it on YouTube or some other stuff. I tried to... I was telling some facts about myself from the past on some other guy's stream, but I'm gonna repeat some of them on my stream here. Is back in the time I was willing to create. If you can sum that shit up, I was trying to make fan sites. Elder Scrolls Morrowind 3 is Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind is one of those fan sites I tried to make, despite there's being some bigger ones already existing. I even was that's how my YouTube channel came to be, by the way, the main YouTube channel Onkarian, because this channel was created to supplement the site, the text walkthrough of the game, and add-ons Tribunal and Blood Moon I was making there with the video walkthrough. And this channel was created in 2009, I think, on May 9th. So it's been like 20 years to the channel recently, I think, a few days ago. In the first videos ever uploaded on this channel were the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind story main quest playthrough, to supplement the text playthrough I made on the fan side. So, of course, since you're a kid, you're sorry, I was interrupted. And if I don't sure that it's called exactly 100% in English, that youth maximalism. At least I can explain what I'm trying to mean here. I mean, it's when you're kid, you're expecting a lot of shit in return for what you're doing, and when your expectation doesn't meet, you're like, fuck this, fuck all that shit, and you abandon all stuff you've been starting. That's what happened to me a lot of times. I don't want to go past that time because it doesn't relate to the topic I'm trying to tell here. So as I was saying, I was trying to create that stuff, and eventually I tried to make some knife-only videos on Resident Evil 4, I think. Since I was playing on normal difficulty because I was enjoying games, not into the challenges, hardcore shit stuff. I just did them for fun. I'm not gonna lie, it was only pure fun, and uploaded, tried to share the videos. I think, since I'm Russian, I think I tried Russian video hosting first, which was called RuTube, I think. Was a Russian analog of YouTube back then. It still exists, but I think it's been reprofiled into the video on demand stuff, I think, at the moment. But back then I started there. I uploaded the videos there, and I remember clear as day up until now that some of the dudes in the comments of this, I think Krauser Knife Only Resident Evil 4 video said, "Wow, what is that fucking shit? Try this shit on harder stuff, it sucks balls." And that's probably was the start of all this. Because if not for this fucking retard, I would not be in this stuff, I think. And since it happened as a kid, as a younger self, I mean, of course you're being easily influenced there, so that's where I started my path, I think. And trying to prove something to somebody and trying to be something I'm not came from that stuff, I think, because back at the time I was trying to create stuff, and this stuff resulted in me trying to create a lot of videos of different purpose, some hardcore videos, some game movie videos, I think. So there is a lot of events that chain up together and led me to what I'm today. As the moment I said that is not relevant to the topic, I meant before is that I was creating videos under different nicknames before I settled up with Onkarian in 2009, which I created by opening the world. I think some Rome names, I think, like Italian or something, and I was having a previous nickname I also made up with some different parts. I think it's it was Crowley on my previous nickname. I was doing also videos under that nickname. So since I had a lot of bad memories and stuff, I decided to start my life anew with that stuff, and so I opened the WordPad and tried to implement a new nickname, which is the result of what you see today after 20 years. And before that, and before the Onkarian, before Crowley, I think I was trying to make videos. I was heavily influenced into creating something, and it's mostly resulted in trying to create videos, editing and stuff. Mostly game music videos. I think before the Crowley it was Virgil, nothing original nickname, because I was heavily impressed by Devil May Cry 3 back at the moment. I think it was 2007 or so. Also the PC version, the most worst one, the PC version, the first port. Before the Virgil, I think I went by the Sephiroth, also not very original nickname. And what can you ask of a less than 14-year-old kid, anyway. And before that, the very first nickname I started with was The Rock, I think. Also not a very original nickname. It was related to the wrestler, the popular wrestler Dwayne Johnson, but just the word, like the original meaning of The Rock. That's as far as my story with the videos and stuff comes, I think it dates back to 2005 or maybe 2006. We were with my best ex-friend. We were like no-lifing the Prince of Persia Warrior Within. I think it was our most favorite game. It still is. Mine still is up to this day. We decided, not like we, it was mostly him, I think. Wow, there was a magnum ammo and I didn't even find it. To make my life easier, I think. Well, goddamn. Also, counting the fact that thanks to the game, that's a separate topic I'm gonna maybe
Duke's Emporium has everything you... I have
try
something
to
special today.
talk about the Duke's Kitchen. I played the game for the first time and I don't have any upgrade because of what I'm gonna say later about this shit. Okay, so we were like having hardcore fans of Prince of Persia Warrior Within. I think we were like 11, 12 maybe back at the time. Yeah, it's a separate topic as to why we played such a game at the younger age, because in Russia it mostly works like that, because no gives a fuck about age restrictions. My friend came to me once and offered to try some video editing software, which is probably was the primitive Windows Movie Maker, I think. So we tried to capture some footage from the Prince of Persia Warrior Within with the fraps, I think. Since the PC was not the strongest at the point, we barely had some decent 30 FPS footage barely, and tried to make some video game movie. It was the very first one that doesn't exist because no one saved the copy, and I think we were just also, since we were kids, we were making fun with it, so it was nothing serious. But that's where it all started. That's where my best ex-friend dragged me into the video editing stuff, which later I'm gonna try solo without him. Based on the influence, I tried to find myself and making, creating and editing videos, and I even tried to make a few game movies. That's the not the exciting genre nowadays because everyone makes them. But back then, I was trying to be one of those. And the first movie I tried to create was the Resident Evil 4, because the game, the PC version, has basically all the cutscenes in MP4 files, I think. Though it was it were lower quality ones, and I just dumped them all onto the Windows Movie. I think by the time I tried that stuff, it was the, I don't remember the full name. I think it was Coral Video Studio or something. I was heavily using that software back then. On the first clips that made the first video and current existing clip of Resident Evil 4 from the 2009, which is called You're Going Down, which is a separate story. I can even think I can recall how I was influenced for each video game movie being created by some stuff I was heavily influenced that made me like, well, fuck it, let's make a video game movie, or the video clip. So the first movie, I just plugged in all the Resident Evil 4 cutscenes, I think, in the timeline of the that video editing soft, and just saved it. Then I checked the result and I liked what I see, though mostly it was lacking parts, because if you just plug in all the cutscenes, it doesn't add up as a full story. I wasn't worried back then a lot. So the next step I tried to make was I tried to add some music. I still remember, up to this date, I made a Metal Gear Solid 2 main theme, which plays during the intro when you just boot up the game. I put the track on the Krauser Leon knife fight. Then I think I showed it to my father and he liked it a lot, so he gave me some kind of green light. So I tried to make the more consistent game movie with the gameplay, probably. That as far as I remember for the Resident Evil 4 game movie I tried to make. Next one probably was Fahrenheit, I think, of David Cage. I also tried to record stuff and hide the HUD in the game and make it look like a movie. Play it as best as possible without any delay, so it looks natural. Also was the second work I tried to make. Past that there were several attempts and I mostly abandoned that stuff because lost all interest in it. And I think I'm not gonna mention like all the videos on my YouTube channel, but as I mentioned, the Resident Evil 4 You're Going Down game music video. Back at the time, in 2009, I was a big fan of WWE. I was watching the daily shows, the Raw on Monday, the SmackDown on Fridays, and pay-per-views. And back at the 2009, there was a pay-per-view coming called Survivor Series, I think, and Sick Puppies You're Going Down track was the main track for this pay-per-view. So I like the track a lot. I was listening it on my player, among other stuff. And after listening it for a dozen of times, I decided and I was playing still was playing Resident Evil 4 hard back at the time. I decided to combine two because I was heavily inspired. Like, fuck, let's try another Resident Evil 4 clip, because it wasn't the first time. It was like 5th or maybe 10th clip, because I made a lot of clips that just didn't shoot out because the music wasn't fitting or something. And I said like, fuck this, let's try. That's how the very first video, I think under Onkarian nickname, came up. It was 2009 and I was, let me see, it was 16 at the time already. A bit, I can't say for myself, I'm still having experience in video editing, a bit experienced I was there. Also, let me mention the flying out letters in the middle of the screen on my older videos passed up some point where I got heavily disliked for it, and that wasn't the main reason I abandoned it. The main reason was also my best ex-friend, who said like, fuck it, you can just try to make a watermark in the corner of the screen, and I was analyzing what he said and said like, fuck it, yeah, let's stop doing the flying out letters and just do the watermark. If the stealer thief of the video gonna cut it out, at least it's not gonna be on the same day I uploaded it, which is already plays in my favor, and also I have the original file and also a lot of other stuff. But the main idea of mine with the flying out letters in the middle of the screen was because to prevent thieves of videos. Not like my videos were masterpieces, but still. That has a reason behind that, because I didn't give a fuck if anyone takes the video until up to the point I put a lot of time. I think I was editing the entire night the video clip under the Crowley nickname. It was on YouTube, which is no longer exists. It was Max Payne 2, the fall of Max Payne game music video. I was putting my heart and soul in it. I was editing the entire night, trying to make something innovative for my video clips, something new that wasn't seen before. So I made that stuff, I uploaded it on YouTube, and what did I find in like a month, I think? I don't remember the exact time, but I remember I accidentally stumbled onto the Max Payne 2 video clip while I was checking my stats for my videos, and I decided to click on it. I clicked on it and I recognized the how you say that, the entire video. The asshole that stole my video didn't even bother to change anything. All the transitions, all the stuff that I made specifically for the music I picked up, because it didn't synchronize well with his music. He just replaced the shit on some lame Max Payne theme remix, and he just cut out intro which was the Onkarian Presents. He just cut it out and removed the music and just put the same one. And it was looking lame because when I watched the video, it was specifically for the track I picked up. Because I really like when something in the game happens with the beats of the music intact, in a rhythm. That's how I made my video clip, so it perfectly matches the music I picked up. And this dude just replaced it, and it was boring, nothing special. And I was so pissed about it because I know I couldn't do stuff about it. So I think since I was, I think, maybe 14 at the time, I was so pissed off, I again completely deleted everything I created up to this point, all my videos, all that stuff, all hours of hard work. I just threw it out the trash and burned it up, figuratively. So later I'm gonna retry again, last time, which is under the Onkarian nickname, obviously. And that's where the flying out letters came out. The main idea behind it was, if the piece of shit decides to steal the video, I have a small Easter egg added up to it. The flying letters in the video, one flying for a certain time for the duration of the video, they all chained up in a phrase called by Onkarian. So there's letter B flying out, then Y, and the rest. So if he decides to steal my video, he had to cut up those segments where the letters fly out, and that's gonna be not my video already. So that was the main plan. So if he's gonna slice the video, he's gonna slice very good portions of letters flying out. And you know, despite all those dumb fucks and assholes that disliked my video because of that, I turned off comments. One of the reasons for which was I was getting curses in my address, which was like, go fuck yourself, those fucking letters are annoying as fuck, and they're flying out, go fuck yourself, die bitch, and something like that. I turned and still I didn't decide to do anything because I was totally determined that it's gonna serve its purpose at one day. And you know, after almost 20 years, and that's thanks to the function YouTube has, which finds, I can't say it finds like anything stolen from you, but it's the most impudent ones stolen from you. It found 2 videos that were stolen from me. I found that past year, thanks to the special tab on YouTube. One fella took all my Metal Gear Solid Extreme Boss Battles No Damage, took all those videos, dumped them into the same video file, removed all the Onkarian Presence intros for each individual video, dumped them all in the same, and he didn't even bother with the flying letters. And what most importantly, I checked the comments, also viewers didn't give a fuck about it. He had like 1k viewers, I think. 1k views, I think, and no one even bothered to find out what the fuck the letters were. Because if they tried to add them up together, it would add to the by Onkarian, which would make you think that since it's not a nickname of the video uploader, that's probably it's not him that made those videos. But at least it allowed me to pinpoint the video thief, which why I'm saying this served its purpose after 11 years. And the second video, I think some other asshole stole my Silent Hill 4 The Room video clip, and he didn't even bother to cut anything. You just click on his video, it's completely different uploader, and the video starts with Onkarian Presents and shit. And he uploaded it for himself, and I didn't really know what he was expecting. If it was like some kind of homage, tribute or some stuff, why did you even bother? Because it was already uploaded on my channel. What's the deal? It's probably he wanted to get some for that stuff, avoiding me, because it doesn't make sense if he re-upload, because this video already uploaded. No sense of re-uploading us, especially without changes made. So, of course, with the flying out letters and stuff, that's the two situations that justify the old stuff I made back then. The flying out letters, they serve their purpose. And considering how people didn't give a fuck about Onkarian and flying out letters, which also added up in Onkarian to prevent video steals, I think if you currently reduce to the watermark in the corner of the screen, the main idea how to steal the video is you just crop the video that a little bit. And since no one gave a fuck, I think no one's gonna give a fuck about video being cropped. Like, see the right lower part of the screen, the my Onkarian watermark. You just crop it out, and despite it blocks almost blocks the ammo counter, you just crop it, I think, where the ammo counter ends. So there's a still good portion of videos being seen on the screen. Okay, so there is no watermark, you can start pretending like you created this video. And since from what I've seen, no one gives a fuck when it's clear, it says in your face it's the other man's video. I think no one's gonna give a fuck about cropped video, is what my idea is. So basically you can fight with video thieves or some sort, but it's people who don't give a fuck, which is also at some point adds to the previous topics I made about ungrateful community. Okay, with all this renting stuff, I completely stopped my gameplay. I was supposed to be farming kills with the handgun first. It's just I suck at multitasking, or how I was advised, this thing called dual something with the brain. I can't speak and play the game effectively at the same time. That's why I'm just running around like an idiot, and while I'm speaking, trying to bring my point of view to you. Yeah, that's probably most of the stuff I wanted to tell since I've started. Thanks for listening, if anyone listened ever. Well, Jay, by the way, where you've been? I thought something happened to you because you were like completely silent since the time I asked you to stream, and you even skipped the Thursday club, I think, and you even stayed at AFK even now on Steam. So I was starting to think something happened to you, since I can't really trying to reach you on the AFK state. I thought that's probably the only thing I could do is wait for you to reach out yourself. Well, at least you're alright, that's good. That you are alright and nothing happened in your family. It's all that matters, which I was afraid of. Because you know, when I got the COVID and was a month in the COVID center, also happened instantly, and I didn't have time much to warn about that. Oh, nice, 3 more kills and then I can switch to more powerful weapon, but I don't really like the shotgun because the rate of fire also might take some time. Let's see. The boomstick wielder, it only asks you to kill 100, so I think it's gonna compensate for it. The rate of fire for the less amount to kill. I'm also gonna, since at least I'm being listened, at least by Jay, I'm gonna continue some stuff I wanted to tell. And the current topic, I'm gonna talk about the abuses I found, the glitches, whatever you call it, the bugs on this game. I don't find it even one slight bit of to be ashamed of because of how unfair the game overall is. Well, it's the game design decisions and unkillable fast enemies that gang up on you. If those zombies are at least bearable, the werewolves, the lycans, I think is the right name to say, lycans are as fast as fuck. And you have not much ammo in the beginning up to the middle of the game to even try to fight them off, so you're forced to retreat. And I'm honestly surprised myself. I find those abuses which help me to farm some money in order to get some resources to play through the game. Also, what I'm trying to make a point with this is not only I'm not a share of that stuff compared to the unfair difficulty, also it kind of tests of your smarts and wit. I think the games are not always about being super reflective, have good reflexes, because that's basically what you need to not take damage in any games and stuff and shoot 100% accuracy headshots. But not everyone is a robot, you know, and no one's gonna be like that. So also, as the wisdom said, that what can be taken by strength and force can be taken by smart. So consider that some sort of smart, where you find some stuff and you try to trick your enemy or get past the game using some tricks. It's also a good trade. For example, reflexes play a big role in, I think, the stronghold part of this game, because that's my least favorite part of the game, if I can say so, because game designers put some sort of gauntlets in there. Gauntlet is where you're forced to take on the series of enemies, and until you kill them you can't progress, which culminates in the, what's that guy called there? Let me see. Where's his name? Urias or something. That's the big guy with the hammer at the beginning of the game. The gauntlet concludes with him forced to fight him in not so big arena with enemy backups coming, which is also what I hate in video games. But you play on the hardest difficulty. I think backups should arrive on lower difficulties, because you're already forcing the hardest ones and you're already hard as it is, and they drop the reinforcements on you, which is not fair. So in the stronghold you're forced to battle before you reach the Urias. I think you're forced to go through like 3 locations full of enemies shooting in the holes, with armored enemies because of difficulty, I think. this is where effective game shows how effectively you can run fast and without taking much saving resources. That's where it's not even thinkable to try and fight over there because it's the hardest difficulty and then you eat a lot of bullets and you're gonna waste more of them than if you were playing on normal difficulty. So you're kind of forced to run. I don't know who in the right mind expects you to fight fair there and deal with each individual enemy and even not taking some like damage or stuff. So it's obviously can be, at least on the hardest difficulty, it can be met head on with brute strength. So that's where the wits and smart come in, and reflexes in this case, because there's also smart being involved there. I can point which part of it is. The smarts come in when you learn enemy strategies and patterns. So you're like trying to run past enemy and say he blocks the way there. So you try to bite his attack. You know how to deal with it. You bait it out and run past him. That's where smarts come in. Mostly. And beside that, it's reflex. Also, I don't remember if I ever told before. I think it was only in the form of a joke of Onkarian, but the Donna Benevento part in this game is completely the worship of Kojima's cancelled characters, I think. Mostly because if you saw the only trailer that wasn't the normal Luigi's face showing, it had some sort of big arm enemy trying to crawl, and the entire atmosphere and the fetus and the PT demo are almost looking the same one, exact same one. Made me realize after about a half a day or a day after beating the game that this entire segment was like a homage, I think, to Kojima. Yeah, so probably it was a good idea to not fight and try to make my point of view. Okay, I think should be okay now. So this game is basically anything but Resident Evil. The umbrella insignia, the Baker, I don't know, the Baker, it's not the Resident Evil, because it was introduced in 7. The Kendo son, I think, or some relative mentioned in the beginning, before the intro, and the Trevor. We have like what, 3 references. Also the appearance of Chris Redfield in his screen time. They think that putting Chris Redfield in is what makes the Resident Evil. But it's not. And now I'm trying to remember how much references there were to the Resident Evil in the 7th installment, and I think there's even less. There was a Clive O'Brien from the Revelations with his book The Abyss something. The Trevor, of course, or maybe there were a couple more references. And this makes this game has even less to do than the 7th game, the Resident Evil, because even less are references to existing characters. Also, it's probably bad script writing, I think, bad scenario. I'm not even telling about character development. When the all references to the main series you try to make are the text on the screen. Because probably if not for Chris Redfield, no one would, none of the, I'm saying too idealistic, most of the players wouldn't play this game if not for Chris Redfield. I say personally that they got me into this because I was curious with the build-up, why didn't they make him a villain? But then it appears all the stuff that makes him appear as villain were specifically made to lure you into the game, because what happens past the amphibious boss part of it doesn't even relate to that stuff, to Chris being a villain. I mean, also the point that I was trying to make, that there are a lot of characters that went on the backstage and not appearing and mentioning everywhere, like Sheva or Billy Cohen, I think. Why they didn't care even with some of these characters, like someone took him under his wing, maybe even Barry, I don't know. Why even Chris Redfield? Because Chris Redfield is one of the main leading roles in the series. They probably put a big, made a big bets on him. Like he's gonna sell the game for the Resident Evil old school fan. Yeah, also they are trying to, good point, Jay. I was thinking about that, but I never vocalized it. Main point of this game, they're trying, with this intro, they're trying to make you feel sorry for the character you're playing. All that the father story has ended, a phrase in the end of the game after the credits, showing her daughter being grown up, wearing his jacket and cap, showing how much she loves his father. Also, all those drama moments, the entire game, really no fucking face. They still show you the ending cutscenes of how he makes the greatest sacrifice for everyone, and they still not show his face, and you can't really like the guy without a face. Not like they did much character development on this. Now I'm stepping on thin ice. They're not like most of Resident Evil, even iconic ones, characters have a big character development, but even has less of them all. Like on par with, I think even Billy Cohen in Resident Evil Zero had more character build than Winters. And you can't feel sorry or feel bad for him dying at the end of the game. Also not 100% guaranteed, since he survived without a heart. He could, like TU-1000 in Terminator, he could just build himself up anew from the ground up. But he's not liquid metal, but he's a mold, so at least similar effect, I think. So he could have just recovered like Jack did in the 7th game. He could recover from the explosion. So it's not 100% guaranteed he's off the stage for the 9th game, but it's mostly leading to Chris being the leading role, and that's probably how they're gonna sell the game again. Because there were rumors that after the 9th game they're gonna stop making numeric titles, which well, they can if they own. If all they're gonna ever do is make a remakes, of course it's gonna make them a lifetime to remake every game. Then when they remake the final game they ever want to remake, they're gonna start to remake the remake. So we're gonna see the remake of Remake 2 and well, I think they're not gonna abandon the idea of the numeric titles after the 9th game. It also might be that new people gonna read the series, not the Fabiano, which I'm really hoping for. Anything's better than Fabiano at the moment. Well, since I'm a Resident Evil, also some sort of zero, because this game is a piece of shit, I really like it. As a Resident Evil, I'm still playing it. Nothing is such as anything else, but a zero comes in mind. They could have sold me the game, because I like Chris' character and most of the iconic characters. Jill, Claire, Leon. Leon being #1 favorite male character. Just putting Chris on the cover could sell me the game, yeah. Because I would be heavily interested in how he has an impact in the story. And don't they ever fucking dare to make of any iconic existing character as a villain. They also capitalized on that worry of mine of being afraid, so they make Chris a villain. Also the problem, like I said before, sorry, gonna continue in a few. Okay, so what I basically was trying to say before I was interrupted. The build up on the game of Chris being a villain. Certain parts of the game, especially the trailer they tried to show you in the demo section, even the castle or village, whatever, that I skipped. And I don't regret any one bit that I skipped, because it showed most of the shit. And it won't be as interesting to play through the game. It doesn't add up to the entire build-up of the Chris in this game, because he was completely shown as with villainous intentions and as a villain, possible villain in the, or one of the possible villains, or even being infected, because his face on the cover is with the shares health with the werewolf model, which isn't anywhere seen. By the way, did you see that the werewolf on the cover isn't even in the game? There is no clear werewolves. It's in fucking Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, the one I was running with yesterday. Has more relations to that game cover than the actual game. They were trying to probably hint that probably maybe Chris is infected, and also could be a hidden Lycan or something. Okay, so the entire build-up of the character doesn't add up with him, because it's obvious that he was being shown as villain only for to fool the viewer, to fool the player. Shit that proves this stuff. I only recently figured out myself because of the non-logical behavior of Chris in the middle of the game. So in the end, if you remember, he's like banging the wall with his fist, trying to show us his grieving the Ethan. Like I tried to save him, but I couldn't, and it doesn't really add up his part where he shows up and helps you. He builds up the that battle tank that can be magnetized by the Carl Heisenberg. From that part and onward, it doesn't add up to the parts of Chris Redfield that were before in this game, because if you're grieving Chris Redfield and really wanted to save him and really sorry about him dying and sacrificing himself for you, you wouldn't be acting like you acted in the at least mermaid part, I think, in the game, where he's standing in the he's hugging the wall with the Chris being brutalized by his teammates. Then he says like, I'm surprised to see you made it this far. Like, really, it's not the thing you're gonna say to a person that you care about, that you don't want to see dying. Also, next thing he's saying is, it would be a shame if something happened to you now, hinting at they might probably rough him up or even kill or wound him up or right now. Because when he says that you off me and now do me quickly and let's be done with it, he starts moving towards the Ethan and is being stopped midway by his teammate, and I wonder what would ever happen if his teammate never stopped him. This behavior up to this point completely doesn't up with the next parts of the game, because that's not how you act towards the person you really care about. And with all the background stating Chris really cared about, because all the moving, it says that he lost trust in the BSAA first to begin with, so he decided to work solo on his own with some of the people from the BSAA. He was tracking down Miranda and all that, moving Ethan to Europe with his own house and stuff, and teaching him some military lessons, like he mentions briefly in the beginning of the game, talking with me. Clearly shows that he really cared, but then his next behavior doesn't support it. Even if you gonna justify that he explains it in the middle of the game, again it doesn't end up, because he tells him to keep a low profile. Also, he tells him to why he's got involved. In that mermaid cutscene before they got separated, he tells that trying to figure out what's going on is out of the depth of Ethan, and that before they pushes him off so the mermaid man can hurt them both, he shouts out those words which sound like don't stick your nose in our business. Like, fucking really? You say contrary in the next cutscene you ever meet him in the Heisenberg's factory, that it's hard to complete this mission without civilians getting involved, and also he knew that Ethan would come and follow them, following the Mia's quotes and unquotes Mia death. So he knew that he would follow them, so they saved him the trouble and dragged him with them along with the door. And obviously the intent was explained later, that they tried to move them up to some safe place far away from Miranda, because moves being made on her disposal. I'm gonna continue in a few. Okay, so if you really want Ethan to stay and not stick nose in your business, you don't fucking take him with you, knowing that also the corpse of Mia slash Miranda, that you know she's a bioweapon that can be easily killed with just normal gunfire. They really fucking took them, her quotes unquote corpse with them, knowing that she could resurrect it, which happened actually. And also Ethan and Rose were in the same car. If they really didn't want him to get in the way, they wouldn't act that way, because it's dumb. They should have at least put Miranda's body in a separate car, I think, or maybe even left at the house, because they still wouldn't keep living there anyway. It was expendable. Okay, so 2 moments I covered up, I think. What else? Increased behavior. Also the segment after the credits showing grown up Ethan's daughter, where Chris should be past 60s, I think, in age, and most of the Resident Evil characters are of the grandparent age, I think. It's only a possibility. It can happen, and when it happens, there still probably were a lot of events they could create up to this moment that happened. So it's not like the complete exclamation mark which ends the entire story of entire Resident Evil characters. It's just one of possibilities that could happen like 15-16 years later. But before those 15-16 years later, there's some probably nasty shit happened again. Also, it doesn't completely give you a guarantee that nothing's gonna happen after this cutscene with Ethan's daughter being involved, like new Sherry or stuff. Two of the main points of the game, even three. The third point being they showed the game and presented Lady Dimitrescu as probably her presence at least seemed to be like from the moment you met her until the end of the game. At least they made it think so, at least what I heard from the people commenting on the trailers they watched. Watching trailers, they build up an opinion that Dimitrescu is gonna be for the rest of the game, which also appeared to be a lie, because they build the trailer those way to fool the viewer, to fool the player, which is the style of Kojima, by the way. At least in case of Kojima, when he made trailers for MGS5 V, which he's mostly getting credits for because he can do nice trailers. It's probably all he can do. He sold the game with it. He could make a video sequence that would make you interested in making you want to play the game, or at least find out what's happening. In this case, most of the stuff they show you in trailers are a farce and is a lie. The Chris' possible villainous nature, what else? The Chris being infected, also a lie. The Dimitrescu being for the remainder of the game, also a lie. What else? Also the big fuck up on the other side, that the Miranda isn't being built up completely. All you know about her, that she was a scientist who's been working on the first found mold, even before the progenitor virus, that Spencer was a retcon to be her disciple, which later leaves for his own African adventures. And also all you know about her, that she lost her daughter and want to bring her back any way possible. and she found up a scheme to make that possible. And they had like fucking entire game to build her character up, and they didn't do a thing. Why I should be impressed by that villain? Another fuck up, the Ethan build up. All you actually see in 2 games is how he getting badly injured. I'm gonna continue later. Okay, so all you see in the 2 games, like he's being badly injured, like having being decapitated and stuff, and how he overcomes the difficulties. In the 7th game he doesn't comment and say much, and he even doesn't really much reacting to the not compatible with life traumas and injuries he gets. In the 8th game, they're trying to make you feel for his character. Again, with the cheap cliche father looking for his daughter thing, which I clearly took inspiration, and I am putting it very kind and mildly with it. Stole from the Evil Within 2, obviously, because all those animations you're watching when you didn't succeed to block the enemy's grapple is directly from the Evil Within stuff. I didn't really see much before, such stuff in those quantities before, until the Evil Within 1, which they took them from, obviously. And the entire Fire Looking for His Door is being cliche even without the Evil Within 2, but it's also being in Last of Us and a few other games. Also, from what I've read on from people thoughts and everything on this game, when devs created this village, they wanted it to be like a separate character, quotes unquote. For it to be a separate character, they didn't even make much of a build-up, because all those villagers you meet in the beginning of the game, they quickly die out. Even I really tried to pay attention to that drunk guy which drinks during the cutscenes, because when the Lycan father, quote unquote, starts to mauling everyone in this room, he just tries to break the bottle on the back of his head and just jumps out in the background. And I really thought that probably he survived at least this encounter, because he quickly retreated in the way you came in this room. But after analyzing it a little bit further, probably the Lycan jumped at him first and finished him off, and then jumped on the ceiling in that cutscene. So what I'm trying to say is that they finished off the villagers really quick, and they couldn't even scare them for the entire game. Like, they survived that cutscene, all of them. At least one character dies out of 5 or 6 of them, I think. That's actually what is called a bad build-up of characters, because, for example, that disabled guy you see in the cutscene, you don't know a shit completely about him, and he dies in the same cutscene then. And that's like a easy come, easy go character. They could have make them survive in that cutscene, and then in the part when you leave Dimitrescu castle back to the village, you can also encounter with some stuff with them. Also, Jay, you mentioned the side quest part they probably wanted to make. That could be possible there. When you return to the village, they're scarce throughout the village, and you find them and do some stuff for them for like resources. Well, it also would make it even distant from Resident Evil series with that, but at least it would be an interesting game without the Resident Evil title, or as a spin-off maybe, but not as the main title, pretending to be canon. Well, they shouldn't off all the characters in the beginning of the game. They should have let them live until the certain points, until you... Let me try to remember. Until you go to the Heisenberg's factory, I think. Then I think it would probably be not such a bad idea to finish off the entire... the rest of the villages survived, if they really wanted it. Also that their serious determination to try to... I can't say they're trying to rewrite, or maybe they are trying to rewrite the Resident Evil canon with all that stuff added with the 8th game, and never mentioned anywhere else that Spencer was a disciple of someone who took inspiration and branched off to the Africa after that. But this game trying to finger everything that this game has, but with all that small twist, they, how you say it, Jay, shoehorning, like, let me count, 20 years later. It even tries to rewrite the first game because the Spencer is sort of a mastermind, along with Wesker is behind there. And still alive, because he dies in the 5th game. That attempt to rewrite the Resident Evil story of their own genius, quotes unquotes, story twists. I think it's trying to find the right word for it. It's like some sort of perversion, I think. I don't like where some douchebags that mold the series in front of my eyes trying to be do all that familiarity shit with me, like we're friends, because basically we're not after you did to the series. They're trying to pull all that stuff like here's some twist to the main storyline, because you know we're also on this train, we know what's going on. No, you fucking obviously don't know what's going on. Also, the main stuff behind all of this, which I came up with now, I think. Since you folks like to shoehorn in stuff 20 years later, when the series already fundamented itself, why in the fuck then none of those creatures, because Miranda obviously been experimenting here for the entire duration from the Resident Evil 0 even, I think, up until now, didn't show anywhere in the game, any of the game. 6th game, 5th game, 4th game. No lichens, no vampires, nothing even remotely close. If you shoehorn that shit in, at least make shit to put a fundament for it. Fundament. If you pretend there's some stuff being happened all along after all these years, at least some signs of it should have shown in some of the games in that form or another. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit break from talking on a food break. Well, it's there, so I'm just gonna have to go silent for quite some time. Yeah, also I couldn't skip out this stuff. Boomstick wielder, really? Now we're going the Evil Dead references. Which doesn't make you look good, you know, Capcom. Which also one of the proofs that you probably stole from other um, books, movies, and games. Which only adds to my theory about you being spineless pieces of shit, of not being able to think of something of your own and only capitalizing on the others' works. Well, there's like two cutscenes. One of the cutscenes, Chris watches through the scope of the rifle of his teammate how the BSAA deploys his their quotes unquote soldiers, and then it shows you the face. It also has a separate model in the game menu, I think. Let me show you. They say it was created for the 7th game but wasn't used, which probably might imply they were already bioweapons during the 7th game and Chris being unaware of it. And they show it being lying on the bench in the flying away helicopter in the end of this game. Where is it? In the models, I think. Also, them remaking the BSA emblem is quite also perverted thing they could have done. You didn't create it, you don't own shit in this. Why are you so full of yourself and letting yourself remake what's already been done before you? Also, Chris, as I've seen from the other games, was clearly a good pilot and good marksman. That's all we know about him, and not being a very good leader. With this creation, they trying to tell us that he's also a good engineer because he created this shit from ground up. Okay, where's that BSA guy? Nope, not that one. Or probably he was in the concept art. We're gonna find him eventually. Okay, let's see. That face on the right is what's being shown in that final cutscene where Chris being informed that the BSA deploys the bioweapons. According to his eyes, he's probably infected with the Ouroboros stuff or something. Because, as being shown in Resident Evil 5, they had those cat-like eyes like Wesker had. Also, from the previous emblem of the BSA, it has that globe with olive branches on the sides, I think, stuff, but that's all about it. They could also make it shoehorn that stuff in the 9th game. It's the recreated BSA, though it's not, because according to the letter in the which Zoe mentions, it's the same BSA that Chris founded of the original 11. Like the blue umbrella, I wanted to offer the idea that it could be recreated under new leaders, like the blue umbrella did. And that would explain why the Umbrella is a good guy, is good guys now, and the BSA is bad guys again. Well, the BSA, why again? Because for me they're like close to the bad guys from Resident Evil 5, where the Chris asking for backup and they don't give a fuck about stuff. Like a lot of their men died, and they enforced two remaining survivors to continue on the dangerous mission. And Chris the first moment Chris ever doubts the BSA with the remark which he says, "Ever feeling you're expendable? Ever get a feeling you're expendable?" But as it was explained, in this game Chris only became distrusted of BSA only after their mess up in taking out Evelyn in Munich, I think. Like they tried to destroy her there and she got away. And then was later transported on that tanker from the Europe to USA by the connections, or to the connections. Also, they tried to make another Umbrella-like stuff called the Connections there, which is also doesn't have any build-up and barely mentioned in both games. And now with the BSA taking all the spotlight in the ending of this game, I don't even know what's gonna become of the Connections. Also, you're clearly forgetting the Illuminati kind of organization that showed up in Resident Evil 6, which shot Carla Red Ames, if you remember. It was called the Family, I think. It's when Chris and Pierce press the Carla and she turns around and there's a helicopter flying above and they shoot him from the sniper rifle. Also some organization called the Family, which was quickly forgotten and have no impact on the story. Also, they sort of try to use. I never suggested it to them officially, but at least it seems they were thinking the same way as I did when I said that the only way they could justify Chris's actions in the beginning of the game is to explain it that it's an imposter and he's double evil imposter. That, and there's a reason behind that. Because I never bothered with serious plot twists, and the story was always the shit in the series. At least the one of the serious plot twists they could have made, it's because Chris Redfield is the legendary bioweapons fire since '96, and I will never believe the fact that he's the reason. Those organizations, terrorists and bioterrorists that are using bioweapons, they keep deploying them, and they probably get disbanded or arrested or whatever. It's because there's certain people that always fuck up their plans, and I would never believe that they never try to take out those people. And Chris never ever been attempted or ever mentioned anywhere in the series, and other fighters like Jill and the rest being assassinated by those bioterrorists, because they probably could have, if they read the reports, they could have I realized that sooner than later there are only certain people that made it through all the stuff. Normal soldiers die left and right, and only certain named people make through all that mess. And it would be wise to prosper is to get rid of them. And I was probably hoping that in this game they could try to make, if not kill Chris Redfield, try to assassinate him, but at least to make to darken his reputation, trying to break it up. Like some imposter looking exactly like Chris showing up and doing shit. Now he's not the hero, but he's an asshole. They didn't do that, but they at least came close with the idea, because the Mia you're seeing in the beginning of the game is the body double of the original Mia, and it's Miranda. Which is close to the idea suggested, because I was suggesting the body double of Chris, impostering him. Because rather than keep deploying and losing money and shit, and those bioterrorists losing anyway, and keep doing that, it's better to solve the root of the problem, which are the original characters of the series that keep fucking up their plans, because only they've been able to do that. None of the no-name guys in the series ever been able to do something to stop the worldwide catastrophe. I said during my previous speech about taking out the root of the problem, I think there was a pun of it on Resident Evil 1 when Chris saying we've got to the root of the problem, where the Plan 42 was destroyed. What do you mean giant head? For a baby he has a naturally big head, you mean? Well, for what I've seen in the game files for now, and it's not gonna be stated anywhere in this game anyway, she has the same powers as Ethan, because as later appeared, Ethan is a mold construct completely, and since he already impregnated Mia with all that stuff in mind, of course, the head of the Winters family is gonna obtain same traits as the relatives. The high regeneration and not being able to be killed, can be easily dismembered and then reconstructed anew, I think. Because Ethan got removed, his heart removed, and he still survived, though with shitty explanations of being a completely mold construct from the 7th game. And we didn't even realize it. Well, it was obvious because he was keep getting these injuries that is not compatible to life. And kept surviving, and I didn't even cry, moan about it a lot. Also, all those phone calls he gets during the Silent Hill segment that Mia is crying about something, and it's probably related to that Rose has some kind of secret. And all those doctor's analysis they mentioning, they probably just told him that she's maybe completely molded. Also, like the Ethan himself. Also understandable why Mia would cry over it. She was trying to reshape her into the image of her daughter. Because she lost one, and I don't remember. I'm gonna reread all the files in this game again in the next playthrough. No actual clue why she lost her daughter, original daughter, Eva, called Eva. But she wanted to recreate her daughter and try to use the Rose. Because she knew Rose was molded and could be reshaped in anything. And she wouldn't die if it ever was tried, unlike the normal babies of normal people. She kidnapped her and tried to reshape her with those retarded rituals of her into the image of her long past daughter. Yeah, at least there wasn't any words of doubt from him, except all I can remember is optional scene from the beginning of the Resident Evil 7 when he got his leg chopped off by Jack's shovel, and when he reattached the limb, and he's like, "What the fuck?" It's the only sense of doubt you get from him in those two games. Also, the fun fact of it all that the reason behind Chris helping to move Ethan and Mia and Rose from the Louisiana to Europe is that he was afraid that they would get targeted by the Connections or any other terrorist organizations, which is fun as fuck because Chris, you're the one who should be targeted because you're the root of the problem. Why are they getting in the minus all the time? It's you they should be worried about, not Ethan and Mia, who just survived one local conflict. Maybe you have some questions about other Resident Evil games, maybe. I remember the report from Zoe Baker, that's their take on the trying to retell the events of Resident Evil 7, aside from that video, the short one, of what happened, along with some additional info that never was mentioned in the Resident Evil 7. It's always saying that not long after the deputy, the Dave Anderson, I think his name was, that Afro-American guy in the beginning of the game, which gets half of his head decapitated by Jack Shovel again in the garage. Another deputy went in searching for him not long after, and he's nowhere to be seen in the game. And he survived, it seems, considering his report where he says like he tried to find Dave and couldn't find him, which doesn't really make sense to me. Well, you mean that he kept the human form or the final battle? Well, it's because he didn't want him to fight in human form. There's a reason for that, because he found Ethan a small fry, and he didn't want to deal with the small fry. He decided to fully mutate in the whatever you fight him in, and he wanted to go straight after Miranda, because he's the only one who's not being okay with all that stuff, with all that hierarchy. So he wanted to go in that state and fight Miranda, and Ethan with Chris fucked his plans. As for how he get mutated, I also can try to explain that using the game's explanations for the Dimitrescu. It says when they injected with test subjects with mitomycete or mold or whatever, some test subjects weren't accepted, like with the Ouroboros stuff. They weren't completely okay with that, how they called the parasite, Kadu or whatever. There wasn't completely okay with it. Those people who weren't almost compatible ended up like that mermaid man you fight in the windmill section with the water. They end up fully disfigured and barely reminding of their former self. Those who were okay with the parasite injecting, like Lady Dimitrescu, with the blood disease, as it was stated, the acceptance went okay, but at one cost, which was since the acceptance was fully okay, she could easily get mutated into something she did very fast if she'd go sideways, which happened when she got stabbed. She got fully mutated into something that doesn't even resemble her. It was stated in the notes of the game, I think, saying that though she got accepted by the parasites, she could go sideways really fast if they ever decide to mutate. which is probably what happened to the Heisenberg, which was considered to be the best of them all because he didn't show any signs of physical mutations outside, but he was also injected with the parasite. So when he went full Super Saiyan before his boss battle, he got quickly mutated, also encased in all those metal parts he magneted from his factory. Well, the hammer is for shit and giggles, no really explanation for it, because they decided he would look more intimidating with the hammer. Also, he has that Van Helsing style about him, except the glasses. Most likely that's the question we should ask the art designers, I think. Why did they give him hammer overall, and which he only uses during the judgment section, where you see all the villains along with Miranda trying to charge Ethan to some conclusion, where he just uses his hammer once to I think maybe rally up lichens in the building, and then he never uses it again. You can get it as a valuable item to sell to Duke, I think. You collect it from 2 parts in his factory, and why it's got dismantled into 2 parts and being hidden and separated. Maybe it's another hammer, maybe whatever. Makes small sense. It's like in Devil May Cry 4, Nero said to Dante to taunt him is, why you gonna need a big sword like that if you're never gonna use it? That's the same question for the Heisenberg with his hammer. Hammer being made for only one scene to be used in, and then it's got dismantled probably, maybe, if it's the same hammer which you could sell. I'm gonna answer that after what I'm gonna say. This rifle, like in some certain games, behaves itself strangely if you try to shoot without the aim mode. It just shoots whatever it wants. Usually that happens when you try to shoot during the movement, but here it just shoots randomly if you... It rarely shoots in the middle of the crosshair you see on the screen. You see, the crosshair is on the enemy, but the rifle without aiming mode shoots elsewhere. In games that utilize that, it usually happens when you try to shoot during the movement, like back movement. Which baby? You mean the funky fetus in the Silent Hill section? Ah, yeah, you said doll section. Yeah, it was a hallucination. actually, the doll you're stabbing, you're actually stabbing the woman in the black, in the morning clothes, the Donna Beneviento. She has half disfigured face, and it's also explained how Ethan used hallucinations in the game itself. You remember the grave, the big guy with the hammer was knifing for an hour and a half, protecting. You needed to find half of the naming tablet, I think, and input there to get the treasure. There are yellow flowers glowing all around that, glowing and growing all around that grave, I think. And it's said in the notes later in the game that when you breathe in the spores of those flowers, you're already in your domain, because you're gonna get easily hallucinated if you specialize in. You breathe in the hallucinated spores and she does the rest. All those dolls and the Mia doll and all that puzzle section, all those transforming stuff, it was all hallucinations of Eden caused by the flowers. And in the end of the battle, it shows he stabbed Donna in the forehead, I think, with his scissors. And the doll is lying beside, which was never live in the beginning. It was all one woman's mind games. Well, if I remember all that stuff you're asking, by the time we reach that portion in the game on next playthrough, I'm gonna show where you can find proofs of what I said. How the game itself explains it. That's only if I remember and find all that stuff. It would be a plain assumption, but also the Donna Beneviento segment also could be Ethan's hidden inner fears, maybe. Because mostly with the hallucination stuff like that and the villain trying to capitalize on them, usually they bring out characters' inner fears. So where we saw is a corpse of Mia, a funky fetus, which probably means of a rose at some point. But that's thinking up, because the game never explained it fully. How Donna could capitalize it also could be explained maybe by the photo you had to insert before it allows you into the elevator to her house. You just input the photo with Mia and the rose on it. Actually, this photo from the loading screen. If he, I don't know if he still has it. Ah, yes. Looks like it's being returned back. What I'm trying basically to do here is to do some small challenges to save up about 100k for a pistol rocket launcher I unlocked, to make infinite ammo on it, and keep playing on the Village of Shadows difficulty for the rest of the stuff needed, if possible, without having to reduce difficulty. I checked up how much the rocket pistol costs for the spend less than 10k lei challenge and costs less than 10k, you can probably buy just this pistol, which is gonna be infinite, and just be okay with it for the rest of the playthrough. Do you have maybe questions for the 7th game you played? Or for any old school games, maybe you didn't get something, made the sense of it. As for Ethan being explained being completely a mole construct and being able to feel pain in this case and being killed, we have to accept that explanation because it's Evelyn who tells you about this. And she sees everything that happens in the 7th game. And she's hallucinations, and also comes in form of hallucinations. That's her special power. The time of day on the title screen depends on time of day during your current save file. Also an overall condition of the village, since in the end of it's in flames, though I can see the tentacles around. And that's some calm points of the game where we're exploring the village after returning from the castle Dimitrescu. There's no fire on the title screen, I think, and it's also daytime. Yeah, that's a bit harder question because it's about the development, which I didn't get much into. But yeah, I heard also the rumors that it was supposed to be Resident Evil Revelations 3 spin-off and quickly remade a few times into what we saw in the 7th game. Also explains why the Nakanishi also leading it with his favorite ship, how's it called, sadomasochism. because he was leading the first Revelation game. And there's like 3 fucking ships in there. Then there's the Resident Evil 7. There's a ship again, being the core of the game.
I gotta go. Oh. Out of my way. I gotta keep going.
Seriously? Even the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, if you quick bind, for example, the lockpick, and you have like several more in your inventory, if the current lockpick in the quick slot got destroyed from the overusage, it quickly replaced the second one in the game in 2021. The quick slot mines, if you deplete them all, you have to re-quick slot them again. Really? The game made 20 years ago beats this one in the game design. Well, that's rare praise for Tough Howard. Well, technically, if Ethan had his two fingers, which was beaten off in the beginning of the game, in possession, he couldn't regrow them back. But since the Lycan that beaten them off was killed, no, that particular Lycan, not sure if it was the same one that jumps out on you before you take the bow card, but the finger's long gone. Maybe he probably devoured them already. But if you try to throw a pipe bomb under your feet, you're gonna get collateral damage. The game's logic, game's consistency. Well, actually, main question, since I can't say I 100% explored the game yet, which I'm gonna do on probably next playthrough. Where is the second Magnum of the game? It's being mentioned in the models, in the extra content menu, but you never find it. Maybe it's not in the game, maybe it's something I missed. Maybe it's something really is not in the game because you already have one Magnum. Fuck, the mic was off. I've been saying all that shit and didn't even realize. So basically, you didn't hear anything what I said about the Albert. Okay, let's start from the beginning. The Albert is the handgun, not the Magnum. What else I was saying is that usually when they make DLCs for the game, for the day one of the game, they're supposed to give you a small advantage over the other players who play the base game mostly. I didn't use any of them, though I heard from the people who used it, especially on streams of other people streaming this game, that first of all, the Albert pistol you get from the DLC for 200 coins of the game, which is pretty cheap. If it was expensive, it'd be way more butthurt than it should be. First of all, it's not upgradable on any parameter. Second of all, it's only good for first hour of the game. Then when you get to the Duke and is able to upgrade your default handgun the grandpa gives you in the beginning of the game, you're pretty much Albert is useless. So basically, there's no point in this handgun, rather than using it once and only for the first hour of the game until you meet the Duke. As for the appearance, at least in this game they're trying to shed more light on its appearance, though technically it's not possible, doesn't make sense, because it's been like, where was the last time? 2009, and this game takes place in 2021. The main trait of Resident Evil games taking place in the, usually in the years they take place in, mostly, not all the games. Like Resident Evil 0 doesn't take place in 2002, and Remake doesn't take place in 2001. Obviously, because of Remake. And that goes for Remake, Shitmake 2 and Shitmake 3. So in this game they're trying to tell you that this Albert handgun you can purchase from the Duke is the replica of the gun. Well, if it's a replica, it could make sense mostly. I let that fact slip. If it's a replica of the original handgun Samurai Edge used by Wesker, slightly modified with that strange long barrel, which you could mistake for a suppressor. Also, what I was saying while the mic was muted is that first of all, let me bite the show.
I have something special today.
I need to sell something, like a couple of medkits.
Little and often fills the purse.
How's that basic handgun called, by the way? It's been called Lemmy. So what I've been trying to say is, see, this has only one bar on each parameter, 110 damage on the... And this pistol fully upgraded is 160, which is already better. So when you have the ability to upgrade even once on any parameter, that Lemmy handgun, it's already better than this one. Well, actually it says, check this out, the description says powerful customized handgun which uses anti-bioweapon technology, left by Albert Wesker. Why left? Are they like fucking keeping it in a museum and give it out to people at will? It can be, it should belong absent from the game. Only the replica might make sense a bit. It can be the same handgun that, say, Wesker used on Chris before the volcano part in Resident Evil 5. Remember that quick time event cutscenes where he shoots from that pistol? Well, for some reason, since Resident Evil 4, even maybe, I kind of like an idea of Magnum being maybe how it was originally. I'm not into weapon development that much. Maybe that's how it is in real life. But I like the fact that Magnum being in the form of a revolver, more stronger one maybe than usual revolver. I can't quite accept the fact that Magnums are mostly stuff like the Lightning handgun in Resident Evil 5, which looks like Desert Eagle. I kind of mostly like the idea that Magnum being a powerful revolver, which is why I used a lot of Smith & Wesson. What model was it in the Resident Evil 5? The first revolver you get in the village with the Magini. I think we should be good on points, but since I'm not changing the difficulty, it's gonna be the same hard to kill enemies anyway. I might as well just keep there a little bit longer, keep farming kills for other weapons. Well, that's some question they didn't ask, but since they were so obsessed with having a normal life, ignoring completely the fact that we're both infected, at least, even if cured, they at least were infected and had some side effects from it. At least Ethan wasn't cured by the end of the Resident Evil 7. Mia was in canonical ending. That's something that's never explained, that's something you can read the mind of other people, but if you use common sense, all their talk in the beginning and some shit that they should start a normal life and forget about the past, they probably just wanted to pretend to be like nothing happened, to be like normal family. Maybe Mia didn't know until the birth of Rose the fact that Ethan wasn't cured and he was molded. Because if it's never said, she only figured that out because the Rose was special, and that's when she could assume that Ethan wasn't really the normal human being, which is also shown up in some form during the game of her having crying about that, mostly during the hallucinations Ethan has in Donna based on his memories. What I'm trying to say is probably she didn't know until the birth of Rose and when analysis showed that she's special, not a normal baby. If you take a look at the events of Resident Evil 7 without Ethan's eyes, Mia couldn't figure out that Ethan was infected because the concept of the bioweapon in Resident Evil 7 was that once you get in contact with Evelyn and you start having hallucinations, you're pretty much infected. It doesn't have to. You don't have to turn into some blood frenzy monster. So Mia probably think if Ethan doesn't turn into blood frenzy like she does in Resident Evil 7, means he probably is not infected. Logically. Because everyone turns some form or another. And no one knows that Lucas in Resident Evil 7 took the antidote from the connection for the exchange of spying on Evelyn and what's happening and collecting battle data or something. They never knew that until a certain point in the game. I think even Chris reads about that in his DLC. I know there's some document in the main game as well. Before the salt mines, I think you found some info about it. So basically Mia's clueless. As much as she can get. Thinking that probably Ethan isn't infected because he was never a monster, or she didn't see him getting hallucinations in front of her with Evelyn. So she probably assumed it was she's who's not okay, and since she got antidote, she assumed she's okay enough to start a family. And after the birth of Rose, it appeared something was fishy, and then she realized probably Ethan wasn't a normal man to begin with. And then Evelyn accepts that stuff by saying herself that Jack killed him in the Welcome to the Family Son part, and what he drags to the main house is already a molded construct of fitness. Well, that's only Evelyn could done that herself, because no one else could. Jack doesn't have the power to turn anyone into the molded without Evelyn's powers. So Evelyn affected him, and she knew exactly that even if he died, he's fully molded because she turned him that way. In this game's concept arts, they try to tell you about some stuff that didn't make it to the final game, but they were planning to do so. And they're showing you they had a big room in the underground section of the house in the 7th game, and there was a lot of bathtubs there, and there were people lying in there, and with some stuff so they couldn't get out of the bath at will, and they were filling it with mold, so the person would lie in this bathtub full of mold until it became the molded itself. So this shows and supplements my statement that Jack doesn't have the power to turn anyone in molded, only with thanks to the mold that Evelyn produces. Which they did off screen, because it really happened. You see some bathtubs, just not the dedicated room to that, like shown in concept art. They certainly did turn people into molded that way, but it was off screen. Didn't make it so clearly show you in the main game. Since this game only has two types of grenade launcher ammo, which is flash grenades and the normal explosive ones, I wonder how the game handles the flash ones. It definitely blinds the enemy, but if I say blind the enemy with the flash nade and then finish him off with the magnum, will it count towards the being killed as grenade launcher because he was in blind effect meanwhile? Let's check this out. I have the 1 out of 50 killed with grenade launcher. What I'm gonna do now is try to blind him and kill with some other weapon while he's blinded. Okay, should be 3 enemies added to the counter, if that's the true. Nope, it doesn't count. What a retarded stuff. Pointless type of ammo. Mia was locked away because she became a part of the family, though she's not native one usually. She's part of the family Evelyn created. It's what could have awaited Ethan if they succeeded in making him into the same blood frenzied monster without brain, like the Bakers, when under Evelyn influence, or the Clancy. Since she already was under the Evelyn's influence, which is seen in the game when she changes face and stuff, Usually how bakers handle members, quotes unquote, of the family that are not native, which are outsiders under control of Evelyn, is they kept them locked. If it's not the molded are usually on the loose, roaming wherever they want. So this being supplemented with how they handled the Clancy, they were, as Margaret says, Evelyn almost ready to accept him into the family, but he's gotta eat like family, and he's already restrained in the bounds of one small room, and even handcuffed. So even if the victim is the same as them, they're not letting them roam free the location, and they just restrain them at some point. Mia was spared and locked away because she was already under Evelyn's influence, and since Evelyn was commanding bakers, and there was no point for her to command bakers to kill her because she was already under control. What's the point of that? As for the experiments, I don't think they were doing any experiments on her because she was under Evelyn's control, basically in the same team as them. Maybe except for the point where Evelyn let her out of control. At some points where when you meet her, she's not under her influence until a certain point later. They just kept her locked away, maybe because of this reason, because she was not completely under the control, because bakers were, definitely. At least Daughter's DLC hints that maybe during the day they were going back to their normal selves, but also counterstated that probably at some point she didn't even let them ever out of her control, and there were always those murderous personalities. And since Mia wasn't that way yet, that's why they kept her locked, and since she was halfway into that stuff, they just kept feeding her, bringing her food to the cell, and that's about it. As for the regions, it's being shown in the Doors DLC that Jack found them after the tanker crash, and since she was helping to move Evelyn from the Europe to USA, and she had all the necessary stuff for it, the codex, wristbands, and that suit briefcase with Evelyn samples for the antidote and stuff. And she's lying unconscious in the trailer, like Jack mentioned in the beginning of the DLC. She was already infected, so she was probably turning into that crazy bitch every now and then, like she was in the beginning of the game, during those 3 years. Ah, yes. I didn't read the second part of your message, which you narrow it to this game. Well, it's never really explained in the game, but Chris softly answers that in the game, that she found out about the special child with special abilities, which is Rose, and in order to get close, she somehow probably maybe when Mia was out, maybe for shopping or stuff, she kidnapped her and took her appearance and took her place, and so Ethan wouldn't figure out to closely study the family, and at some point kidnapped the Rose, which she was planning, but Chris interrupted it at some point. Well, as for experiments, maybe because she, as it says in 7th game, even it is enough to be infected once, cured or not, you have the side effects of the mold virus anyway. In Mia's case, before Ethan injected her with the antidote, she also had faster regeneration like Jack. I remember the X fight in the beginning, where he leaves the X in your neck, and then she just drops it away and goes away, and there's the wound nowhere to be seen. probably the side effects left, because you never see what really happens in this game to Mia, to real Mia, because she never gets any harm. Maybe she also has fast regeneration like Ethan. So, in other words, she got she survived the mold and remaining her human unmutated form. That's what probably interested Miranda. There's 2 files in this game I didn't find yet. I think I know where one is, and probably not gonna explain this stuff. Maybe that stuff was really never explained in the game. Maybe she even tried to settle with Cabrini, which is used on this folk right there, and which turned lichens. Or maybe it didn't work. Maybe like Jill style again. It's self-made explanations based on the stuff that's happening in the game and trying to make logical conclusions, but that stuff really not explained. Because in Jill's case it was because she was cured from the T-virus. Her body developed antidotes for most of viruses. That's why even Wesker's mind control didn't work until he had to put a device on her chest that permanently injects her with the stuff to keep her under control. Maybe in Mia's case it's the same. Being cured from the mole, it gave us some side of kind of antibodies. Well, that can be the shit they might explain in the night game. Knowing how to explain stuff post-fact. Like Ethan's invincibility was explained only in this game, but should be explained in the 7th game. Which makes it feels like it being shoehorned in. This being grabbed by enemy animation and you're forced to see about 5 seconds of how you're getting attacked is annoying in any form, in any case, except for the mercenaries case, because it's obviously there for a reason. Because game tries to force you to get better and get better at blocking and remember enemy attack patterns. Because I don't count exactly, maybe it's the same count time in between combos like in normal mercenaries of RE5 maybe. But that stuff takes up your time, and if the enemy is powerful, you're not gonna get enough time to finish him off to keep the combo counter. So that's why, that's where the animation of being attacked plays against you. And the game enforces you, like if you want better combos, chains and stuff, you might want to avoid that. Getting into those animations, but still dumb. 2 main sins of video game design branch is the watching how you're getting killed more than a couple of seconds maybe, and in those couple of seconds you're gonna need the selection of restart the game, load the game, or whatever. If it's longer and it's annoying and repetitive, and what I mentioned is the long attack animations, you can interrupt or do anything, because At certain points, it's obviously in this freak's case. When the animation starts, first a second and a half, Ethan has all the needs to push away the enemy, or maybe punch him in the face, or maybe stab him with a knife, or do anything, or maybe shot before he latches, because before the creature latches itself onto you. And if you remember the Shipmate 2, where you could use defensive weapons to free yourselves from grapples, the reason why it wasn't in this game is simple. It's simple as it can get. It's simple as dumb and dumb. The reason is because they consider it for a lot of features, and this game would make the game too easy. So they made that feature to enforce you to get good at parrying, because if you parry the stuff, you get the ability to push the enemy away with a repetitive press of L1 button. You just kick the enemy away from you without any damage, though. Also Chris, which punches the enemies to push them away, also doesn't do any damage. That you can count as some sort of defensive maneuver from the Shipmate 2. Yeah, on Ethan, for that case, they wanted to make it replay value in face of skills, 22 different skills you can use, which is there to replace the lack of characters, so the variety of characters. Though, since Mia was partially playable, and by the way, she was playable before she was how can I say that, repeatedly infected again. She was playable. Also Chris was playable twice, and why didn't they make those two available in Mercs is beyond my comprehension. Yeah, you're right on that department. The name comes from a wide selection of characters, which is only one in the game, which makes it mercenary. Which Ethan isn't, obviously. He's a system engineer, as said in this game. He might become some sort of mercenary if he becomes some sort of like Carlos Oliveira, or at least him, or at best a copy of Chris Redfield fighting by a terrorism. Well, mines there, landmines have more impact than grenade launchers. Rounds. I've got like 4, I think like 3, and if I shoot it, it's enough if you directly shoot one enemy. Kill one enemy. Yeah, the rest don't give a fuck. Well, I kind of find Chris' voice being familiar, but not that way because I think Resident Evil 3 remake, right? I think the voice actor tried to, if he isn't, tried to imitate a Mexican accent. Or was it Spanish? Mexican. Well, that's probably gonna take the longest because I can only kill one enemy at a time, and I need 50 enemies killed. Well, now less than 50, I think 45, but still. Now that I think of it, by browsing through the list of challenges and seeing these 4 lords, the second trophy you get. Another one stolen thing from Resident Evil 4, because if you remember the lord there being not only Sadler but Salazar, his family branching way back in the past, and he's like the last of the heritage, some sort of lord of the castle. So there they took this idea and expanded it into the 4 lords. Well, I've been talking with people who say that experimenting in Resident Evil series only do good for the series because it doesn't need to stagnate. But if there's anything unique in this game that you haven't seen in any other Resident Evil games, throw a rock at me. What the fuck did the experiment here on? If it's all of this shit is from the past games in one form or another. Even Ethan's regrowing limbs is from the 7th game, which already was. And if I remember right, Chris says, because Ethan asks Chris if the fake me at the beginning was Miranda, so where's the real me? To which Chris, I think, replies that she usually disposes of objects she copies. Which is also make very strange that she appears in or some sort of laboratory in the end, being alive and not being disposed of. She didn't even consider the opportunity of her breaking up and escaping until trying to find a reason to tell what's happening. Because logically it seems from what I've seen in the game that no one was ever allowed nearby her laboratory. She was solo in there experimenting. So, and since Mia was also being held hostage in there, so nobody was guarding her. So when she was absent playing the fake Mia role, there was no one in that left house with Mia. So she had all the time she needed to try to break out and escape. That's if you try to analyze stuff logical wise. Yeah, if she's the molded, she could do that, but she had to disfigure herself on purpose. Because if you see in Ethan's case, he transforms into some solid form until disfigured. Then the mold reconstructs him. The most interesting question of mine there, to which I can hardly answer, is where's the point, at which point, since the Mia's impregnation and the intro of Resident Evil Village, that she got replaced with the fake, with Miranda. I'm asking this because trying to figure the character of Mia, because it was stated and seen partially in the intro that she's a bit paranoid like Ethan, and having sudden bursts. Was it the original Mia also having these sudden emotional bursts, or was it Miranda all along? That was never really answered. At which point she got replaced, and how the real Mia behaved. Maybe she was replaced right from the start, and it was the fake Mia that behaved herself that way, with fake outbursts and stuff, trying to imitate the real Mia, and she didn't know her really well to try to imitate. Well, also remembering you said she doesn't look like Mia. Well, she has some resemblances to the 7 Games model. They a bit improved the character models, graphics, and that's all about it, I think, from the 7th game. And also, she resembles more to the actress they took appearance from. Also, I still haven't figured out if she. I think she's not. She's having half hair a bob cut and half hair long hair shoulder length, which is also have some meaning behind it. If I remember how it was explained in real life, there are some people who make haircut like that, not symmetrical. Trying to remember exactly what it means, but probably some rebellious side, rebellious inner side or something. Like she can't really accept herself or something like that. Still struggling with her inner self, with the past traumas and stuff, something like that. The haircut should explain that stuff, usually psychologically wise. Because in 7th game she has symmetrical hair, mostly it's all entire hair shoulder length. In this she's like two-faced but hair. Left side is short, the right side is like normal in the previous game. Well, trying to explain things past that point is probably gonna be like plot analysis, which I don't want to do. Because it's also out of explanation you ever find it in the game. When I'm trying to explain before, I was trying to explain based on what I get on the game, on how shit works. But that I can explain. Farther than that stuff is from real life, which means that and this. The in-game achievement for killing 50 enemies with mines called Mind Yourself. I think that's where all their resources came into making puns. I probably read that pun book from the Last of Us of Ellis. I think I still remember a couple of them from The Last of Us, like you know what Fox said, I missed. Yes, they are. At least those are the enemies that Dimitrescu was coming from herself. Before or after she got her door. Because first enemy you meet are female, those are male ones. Females that look exactly the same for no reason. You meet them at the basement of the Castle Dimitrescu. And they've been explained there as being servants, female servants. that were experimented on by Dimitrescu, who also by the time already cultivated her daughters into what they are now. You know, it's also being considered a cheap taste nowadays and a big ass cliche where it's mostly being used in Devil May Cry and some other games. It's when jokes and puns are trying to capitalize on enemies. Like it's a fire, it's all jokes about people getting caught and stuff. No more jokes they can think of than based on that. What's up, Bestcraft? I think I don't know why the sound didn't play. Let me check. I'm good, a bit talkative than usual today. Hey, where's the sound of trigger fire? I refreshed the source image. Headshot. There we go. For some reason the first refreshment didn't work. Oh well, it seems like you don't even have to parry, just block and you get an ability to push enemy away. I was speaking about different things lately since the beginning of the stream. Now I'm currently trying to answer questions about Resident Evil lore, and Jason asking some mostly about this game, the stuff he couldn't make sense of. What I know about the series I'm trying to explain within the borders of series lore. Yeah, and meanwhile I'm farming kills with different weapons for in-game achievements, for challenge points to unlock stuff from extra content shop. Ah, well, those are completion points, not challenge points. Though, for me, doesn't really matter. Oh wait, I forgot, I can do this one as well. I can just keep crafting stuff in between restarts while farming kills. Also, I think I got the achievement for moving the ball from the bedroom into the study. Didn't register for some reason. I think I have the trophy for it at least. Where is it? Yeah, here it is, but for some reason it didn't register in the game itself. You know, Jay, they kind of let him. What is it called in English? I don't know. Maybe the same as Russian, carte blanche or something. All those viruses in the game, no one has even a slightest idea on exact mutations it's gonna do. So that's why these enemies particularly are different from the rest of the enemies in the game. Because they can predict which mutation even those Kadu parasites have. Those kinds of explanations give them the freedom to invent whatever monsters they want. And out of all changes, they make those enemies only differ visually, but it's the same 2-3 kinds of enemies you meet before in the game. First caped in the underground of Castle Dimitrescu, then they start to dig from the underground in the village, now here. More, then 15. Maybe I even can do the machine gun trophy here. I'm just gonna have to reload the save file, then sell weapons for high money, then buy the machine gun I unlocked in the extra shop content, in the extra content shop, and use it here. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Well, there's also, Jay, there's also 2 things in this game I can definitely assure you that probably were influenced by fans' feedback, the ones they pay attention to on Black Ops. Those changes are, first of all, Chris Redfield's appearance. Despite him being, again, a new face, he's more resemblant to the 6th game. Which is probably someone complained about him looking different, so they decided to take some of the older design and capitalize it on it. And the second thing, weapons in this game, as you can see, being more or less recognizable. It's not the self-made weapons out of God knows what, like in Resident Evil 7. They were made up of out of junk mostly. The flamethrower, the grenade launcher. Probably also people complain about that stuff because weapons look unattractive and non-predictive. Is why we can see any self-made weapon in this game anymore. I like how the game starts to show you overall playtime on the power screen after you beat it once. I think the first implemented that shit in Resident Evil 3 remake, which I call should make 3 for sure, which is on point also. If they think the customizable weapons in this game is anything special, well, I'm not gonna remind them of their nightmare mode, which you also got 10 million points in jail, which had some sort of upgradable weapons, though you only press the button and not apply any special customized parts. Resident Evil 2 first implemented them. Very innovative, never was seen in the series before, except for Resident Evil 2 in '98. They even, I don't know if that's on purpose as a homage to Resident Evil 2, which they took it from, because the same shit works here as Resident Evil 2 if you try to and even Resident Evil 4, if you try to upgrade the capacity, even Resident Evil 5, sorry, okay, all games which has upgradable, and yeah, Resident Evil 5 slip out of my mind. All the games, yeah, probably not a homage to Resident Evil 2 in this case. When you upgrade the capacity, either fully reloads the clip of the weapon. Also, like one of the guys said who was also streaming this game and trying to explain the fuck ups of it like I am doing now. He said that having the invincible main hero, like it was explained in the game itself, all those death scenes and him taking bites almost near death and dying, make hilarious. They make it look hilarious. Because later in the game they explain you he's gonna survive even without the heart in the body. Maybe even without the brain. Okay, finally done with the grenade launcher. Now I need to get the points for crafting and then make that plan with the machine gun come true I told about earlier.
go. Do you have sufficient weapons? And I have something special today.
Says the game that asks you to use knife mostly in its playthrough. Yeah, it's being explained. I remember you asking that. It's being explained in one of the files. I don't remember. Was it in the concept art director's comments, or was it in the game itself? It's being clearly stated directly that his teammates called him Alpha. His nickname was Alpha, and he's in the crew.
You'll be slaughtering things in droves. This may be our last meeting. Be sure you have all you need. Because of all this commotion, I've lost an entire territory to transact in. Duke's Emporium is thankful for your business to the last. Naturally. Your journey nears its end. How about some reckless spending to finish it off?
Yeah, but I think their crew was called Hound Wolf.
Amat Victoria Koram. Choose wisely. Your life may depend on it.
Well, as for Duke's Kitchen, I checked a couple of guys' playthroughs on normal difficulty, and the game very bad design on this department. You get a brief. He killed a fish, the first you encounter after leaving Dimitrescu castle, and then when he was hunting chicken in the village, only then above it, when he was trying to loot the corpse for a meat, the game made a brief line of text at the upper part of the screen before he picked it up. Since he picked it up very fast, it happened for like a couple of seconds, which says that don't sell the stuff, it's gonna be later useful for Duke. Well, that's some shitty fucked up game design I ever seen. So I'm not the only one who hunted the entire village for animals and sold most of the valuable stuff and got fucked out of any character upgrades. I'm not the only one.
It was truly a pleasure doing business with you. As you wish. Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in that. These hands are more dexterous than one might think. What? Ah, it's fine. All finished. I hope we meet again someday.
Well, I like that Chris's machine gun isn't completely a waste, even with this upgraded one. It only lacks a little bit in power. It's definitely faster at rate of fire. It's a bit slower on 3 milliseconds on reload speed, and ammo capacity is not max, but it's completely surpasses it already, 50 bullets. And also 2 upgradable parts.
Duke's Emporium has everything you need for your decisive battle.
show you who's boss in this gym.
Where exactly did it cut off, if you don't mind me asking?
Out of my way.
Yeah, I was saying it looks way more retarded than Chris's version.
I gotta keep going.
Yes, stat-wise, I'm glad that Chris's machine gun isn't completely a failure compared to this one. It almost packs a punch in a couple of stats of it. Also, I quote unquote like how they are victims of their own situation. That's how it's almost called. It's called hostages of their own situation. They made Chris join a bioterrorism fighting organization, and each game you get control, and it's always a shooter segment. By shooting this machine gun came up to me right now, because his entire segment is when you just run around the village and shoot stuff. So by putting him on the BSA and giving him teammates, not the solo work, they kind of shoot themselves in the leg when doing survival horror, when they're enforced to make Chris segments always action-packed. Almost each game Chris in is after Resident Evil 1 it's action-packed, and Resident Evil 2 extra battle. I was holding machine gun, by the way, but when the checkpoint was made, I got no clue why upon restarting it disarms me of any weapon. Yeah, I can clearly see now Chris's karambit knife is like five-fold stronger. 5 times. Well, I know mostly it's attribute of modern shooter games, mostly like Call of Duty or Counter-Strike, Global Offensive. But for me, this karambit knife associates with. You remember that Chinese mafia big dude in Yakuza 6? First cutscene he appears in, he slashes a couple of Yakuza with a karambit knife. The bold one with also small round black glasses like Heisenberg here has. The triad guy, Chinese triad. The design of it also seems. I don't know much about that stuff because, like I said, never been much into weapons. Also, like the design of it seems like it's been designed not only to stab the enemies but also tear apart their flesh. This is why it's not a straight blade, but quarter circle. Also probably the fastest knife you ever have, thanks to the size and the weight. Quickly makes 100 times faster than slicer and fast. I don't quite remember that this game has any epileptic warnings in this game. Sorry. But this machine gun pretty much with each shot makes the screen flash at some point. But it's not friendly to epileptic. Before stream went down another time, I don't know why, I was saying that this machine gun is not friendly to people who've been experiencing epileptic seizures. There's no warning as far as I remember in this game. or anything where you can find, since it's the digital digital copy. Must some sort of manual maybe where it could be stated, but there's no warning, and this machine gun makes the screen flash every fucking second and not epileptic seizures friendly. By the way, if your bro gonna ever play, and I think he might eventually ever reach Yakuza 6, there's some trick. I think, I don't remember if it works with Kiwami 2, but I think he got a platinum in Kiwami 2, so he's no longer gonna need what I'm gonna say in there, but in the 6th installment probably. As far as I know, I never tried myself because I played the game completely on the Legend difficulty. And people saying that for Legend difficulty trophy there, you just change difficulty to Legend on the final boss battle only. You stack up on items, change the difficulty to Legend there, clear the final boss with it, and it registers as complete playthrough of Legend difficulty. As for the Amon fight, when you counter, you can change the difficulty to the easiest one when fighting him. I'm saying that from one of my acquaintances' experience with this game. He platinumed it and he told me how he did it. Now for some time, since yesterday, the boss syndrome from Kofa's game been stuck in my mind playing, so I gotta probably make another OST track of my own recording for the boss syndrome theme. It's got some sick guitar and the drums, the beats. I was also probably thinking of recording the Kaya special token track you play when you waste those 3k diamonds. Since it happens rarely and I'm always lazy to put on the recording equipment and record it with the quality I'm okay with.